Only when I'm trying, and then I make up. Only when I'm trying to reach. Let's see.
Second.
I can't hear what's going on. It sounded like you just made a motion.
Oh, it's because his mic is up.
Okay,
We passed the agenda.
adoption of the agenda. We will vote again on the adoption of the agenda. Favor? Passed
Yep.
unanimously. Move to a motion to close the meeting to the public. Councilor Southcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under sections 91E, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements. If the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality. I1, information that is prohibited or information that, if it were presented in a document, would be prohibited from disclosure under Section 18(1) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages, and B, that in the view of the council could reasonably expect it to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public. And 92B, the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations 1 between the municipality and a provincial government or the federal government or both, or between a provincial government or the federal government or both and a third party. 2, between the municipality and another local government or between another local government and a third party. Or 3, between the municipality and a First Nation or a prescribed Indigenous identity, or between a First Nation or a prescribed Indigenous identity and a third party. And D, a matter that under another enactment is such that the public must be excluded from the meeting.
Second.
By Councilor Elliott. Any discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimously. Reconvene at 7.
Just a quick question. Sorry for my tardiness, but there was a lot of reading today. And we are expecting probably a large crowd. I don't know if you altered the agenda. The last 2 items on tonight's agenda are probably the ones where our chambers are going to be filled, which is namely your motion of notice and the shelter. So I'm asking for council's understanding to move those 2 items up at the beginning of the agenda so that they don't have to sit through what I am estimating to be a long meeting.
Well, before I ask for advice, I just would remind everybody that our council meeting will end at 9 o'clock unless there's unanimous agreement to move forward. And at this point, I expect that I will not vote in favor of that. So I'm going to ask our corporate officer if there would be procedural difficulty in moving those items forward.
Your Worship, I think that with respect to the people coming this afternoon, it would be prudent to have ready comments with respect to respectful dialogue and the code of conduct under section 11 of the procedure bylaw close at hand. But in terms of moving things along, that is within your ability, and if you can keep things rolling, then we may get through all of the items. But yes, as far as voting to extend the meeting, that would be all of you having to agree. So staff will attempt to keep our comments succinct, assuming that you've read the material, and happy to answer any questions.
So I guess more direct question is, item 13 is a committee recommendation, and item 14 is new business. I understand what you're saying, that procedurally, it would not be appropriate to move those to the agenda.
Council may do that if you wish. If someone wishes to make a motion to advance those items in the agenda, to have them heard prior to other items due to the people being here, that's certainly within your purview to entertain that motion and to vote on it.
Thank you, Chair. And Mayor, sorry I was a little late, missed the agenda by a minute or so. But yes, I was going to make a similar motion, so I'd move that we move item 13 and 14 in the agenda to just after section 9, I believe, which is the consent agenda. And I was also going to ask if staff thinks there's anything else that is prudent that we get through in case we run out of time. We might need to shift that as well.
Stuff that's going on here, and I've read through the agenda, and I think we're going to be here for a long time. We want to get it done, but I hear that the mayor won't support going beyond 9 o'clock. So my preference would be to relocate number 13 too early in the agenda, right after we've done it. The other ones, which I
Let's go. I can't hear what's going on right now.
Could you please read the motion that's on the floor?
The motion on the floor is that council move item 13 and 14 to just after item 9.
Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Councillor Dowd.
We'll go back to what I was trying to do earlier, speak to the motion. I'm in favor of moving the extreme weather shelter response update because we're very late making a decision already. Thought we'd made one in December. We're reconsidering it, I think, tonight. I don't want to be in a situation where we come to the end of this meeting and don't get to that item on the agenda and don't come to it until the next time we have a meeting, which is time in February, which is probably after the usefulness that shelter will be. I'm in favor of moving one. Second one, the name change agreement, I think could end up taking all night by itself, and I think we should leave it where it was as a reconsideration at the end of the agenda. Not in favor of moving both. I would be in favor of moving one.
Any further comments on the motion before I call?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm kind of with Councillor Dowd on this because the business matters we have on our agenda are probably more time sensitive than number 14. I don't see, if we don't get to number 14, I don't think it affects our business, our immediate business. Item 13 is timely and needs to be dealt with tonight. And some of the things up in our, community forest grants and recommendations around the unfinished business for the energy application, some of those I think are more urgent and more important than item 14. And so I would be with Councillor Dowd in moving 13, but not all of.
Councillor Armida.
Hey, Mayor, I'm not opposed to removing 14, but I'd like to see if staff has anything that we need to bump up. Should item 13 take us to 8 o'clock or so, then we should make sure we get a few major things done.
And through the chair to Councillor Armida, I'm looking at 11.1 and 11.2 without having the CFO here. I can't confirm, but I do think that those are quite important in terms of next steps related to the financial plan process.
Okay, well, I'd like to amend that and just do item 13, and then we would get to 11.1 and 11.2 right after item 13 is done. So if that amendment works, I'd.
Okay, we have an amended motion. All in favor?
In favor of the amendment, yeah.
So motion passes. We'll vote on the main motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Just confirming we're going into close now. We're done this portion.
That's
Thank you. We're going to reconvene our meeting. We'll start with territorial announcement. We're holding this on the traditional lands of the Tla'amin Nation. And I'm going to start the meeting by asking if there's a unanimous consent of council to have a notice of an opportunity to let Fisheries and Oceans know about the importance of fisheries here, and the deadline they have is tomorrow. So if there is a consent, yes.
Are you asking if we can add that to the agenda? Is that what you're asking? Okay. I'm just clarifying that. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Fine. And Councillor Isaacson, are you fine with that? Okay, thank you. So to our corporate officer, where would you suggest we add that? At the beginning and at the end?
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. With respect to the unanimously passed motion just now to allow that public announcement, where would you like that to be placed in the agenda? My suggestion would be that it be now.
Okay, Councillor Palm, would you like to reiterate the?
Yeah, I'm just going to say a few words, Your Worship. I appreciate the opportunity. This is to support local business and many fishermen in our vicinity. And if you don't know or unaware, I was contacted by Mr. Sam Sansalone that owns the shop down on Marine. His business depends on fishing in our area and all the anglers that support him. So he has asked me just to read a brief note tonight. When I went out for dinner near the ferry there last Friday night, there was a large gathering outside of his store late hours after he'd closed. And there was quite a talk going on about the proposed changes that DFO, Department of Fisheries, is considering. Fisheries and Oceans is considering in the upcoming season. The last day for correspondence to be sent in from our area is tomorrow. And that's why I asked to at least get the word out to as many people as possible. And Sam, I'm just going to read the last paragraph on a long email he sent me, which we don't have time for. He says, there is so much more to this, but basically the recreational fishery has been restricted enough. I urge all anglers to write to DFO and express their thoughts on the proposed changes. This constant fight to just go fishing is really frustrating at a time when we should be excited, anticipating an amazing 2026 summer fishing season. We are once again full of questions, anger, and frustration, and I urge people to direct all their energy respectfully to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and he thanks us for making this announcement tonight. On his behalf, Sam, keep up the good work. You know what fishing and the expense that fishers spend in this vicinity means to our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just before, Councillor.
Apologies, Your Worship. I just wanted to add that through the Area 15 Sport Fishing Advisory Committee, there was circulated a link to a survey which is on the DFO website. And the survey also provides input, and I believe the deadline for that is also very soon. And so if you don't want to write a letter and you prefer to fill out the survey, that's another avenue to do the input into the same process.
Thank you. So just before we start the public input period, we have a long agenda this evening, and I'm going to encourage any questions, just be the questions without a lot of preamble, and that will move through quite a bit. So we're going to start with the public input period, subject to the rules of conduct set out in section 11. Up to 3 members of the public have an opportunity to provide comment for a maximum of 2 minutes on items listed under legislative matters, committee recommendations, and new business. Questions may not be asked about a public hearing where the bylaw has not yet been adopted, defeated, or abandoned, or any of the matters listed in section 19.8 of the council procedure bylaw. Anybody like to come forward? Please.
Good evening, everybody. Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for allowing me to address you today. Excuse me. My name is Michelle Alston, and I'm a resident and homeowner in Westview. In addition, I also serve as a union representative at my place of work. As a healthcare professional, I am acutely aware of the broader community challenges facing Powell River. Firstly, I am concerned with the proposal to use Dwight Hall as an emergency warming center. This location appears to have been put forward by city staff and council as a viable option without thorough consideration. It remains important to honor both longstanding citizens and businesses, and this approach may counter-effect those efforts. It is widely recognized that LIFT and BC Housing have faced challenges in effectively managing housing for individuals who are homeless or affected by substance abuse. And there is risk in repurposing another building, particularly one of heritage significance. Additionally, given that LIFT identified the need for new space last March, their approach has placed undue urgency on the city to provide property at short notice. Secondly, I wish to raise considerations regarding the proposed alternative location at the former fire hall in Wildwood. While this site may be more appropriate, both council and the community have raised concerns. Specifically, I would appreciate clarification from Councillor Doubt regarding his reservations about this option. Given Councillor Doubt's proximity to the fire hall and information suggesting that his daughter-in-law is employed by LIFT and OPS, this situation constitutes a potential conflict of interest. Accordingly, I respectfully recommend that Councillor Doubt recuse himself from the deliberations in this motion, in line with guidelines set out in the Community Charter, Part 4, Division 6. Lastly, I would like to clarify that I do not oppose initiatives to provide amenities for those experiencing homelessness. My primary concern pertains to ensuring accountability and transparency regarding the allocation of taxpayer property and sufficient management of same. Thank you for considering these points.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to come forward?
Sure. Lorenzo Legge from South Townside. Realize that there might not be a question period about this, so I'll try to put my questions in the form of a statement. And one of the first things that we were wondering was QP Local 978 or 798 consulted. They do rent space in the Dwight Hall, the Masonic Lodge 81. Wondering if they're consulted. The Rod May Hotel, the Old Mill Beer and Wine, which would be a special consideration due to selling liquor. And Councillor Southcott, were you in any email correspondence regarding other housing applications and providers? Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wish to come forward and make a comment? Great.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Diana Collicutt. I am a 30-year resident of the townsite. I'm the president of the Townsite Ratepayers Society. I'm a past director of the Townsite Heritage Society, and I'm a previous city employee that did facility booking for Dwight Hall. So lots of opportunity and experience to be in Dwight Hall and see how it's run and managed. Council, are you aware that there's strict policies about the tenants in the building? There's no smoking allowed. Okay? In the building, there's no candles allowed. There's no illegal drugs allowed. There's no vandalism allowed, and there's no loitering allowed. There's strict policies. So council, will there be these activities happening in the building with an emergency weather shelter? The risk level is very high, very, very high. This is a 100-year-old building that has been built by the hands of this community with more than just plaster and wood, okay? This is heart and soul that's gone into this building. It is the heart and soul of our community, okay? having said that, anybody who's opposed to Dwight Hall being used is not somebody that doesn't care about the people that are living in the woods, okay? And it's really unfair what's going on social media, the positions that people are taking, saying that we don't care. That's not true. We do care. We do care. But we also really, really care about this building, okay? There's fires in the forest in the summertime. The encampments, there's fires. What is going to happen? These folks are wayward folks. They need a place to stay. Yes, they need to be warm. They smoke. They have matches. And it's List's responsibility. This is not the people that are opposed to Dwight Hall. It's not our responsibility. LIFT has had 2 years to work on this. They have a building down there that they've owned for a long time, and it's a vacant site at the lower level. Why did they not plan for this and have that as a location? And I know I've run out of time. I have lots more info or questions, but I really would like council to think about those things tonight. And Councillor Southcott, you said last night or on Tuesday night that you do not support Dwight Hall. Okay, so
Thank you very much.
That
Thank
you.
you.
Stick
Thank you. Oh, just want to confirm with our corporate officer, has the item 13 been moved up?
Your worship, I think some people are not knowing where we're at.
Oh, I'm sorry. but
That's okay.
We've had 3, so you're not able to speak tonight.
Really?
Really. We have a long agenda and we have some important issues.
Okay, can I just make a comment about one of your staff from yesterday, though?
No. Okay. Okay. Our corporate officer do the consent agenda and then 13.1.
Sorry, Mayor, can you please repeat the question?
Well, should we do the consent agenda and after that do item 13.1?
Yes, that's correct. 13.1 follows 9.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to adopt the consent?
I would move the consent agenda.
Second by Councillor Southcott. All in favor? Passed unanimously. So, but we'll now move to item 13.1, which is the extreme weather response shelter. And we've done that because we expect a significant number of the people in the audience here are here for this item. And rather than having you have to sit through a long meeting, we're going to deal with that now. So.
Can we put it on?
So, Councillor Elliott.
I believe that we were going to forward an amended motion than the one in the package. And I would like to move the amended motion. And maybe we should put it up rather than, because there's a lot of people here.
Correct. Just going to put it up so everybody can read.
And the amendments are to do with staff advice about the process and timing as to how it works.
It's up, Councillor Elliott. Will you read it?
I move that city staff advise the provincial government, BC Housing, and, oh, wait, we're going to wait for it to finish being revised.
We will definitely try to speak so everybody can hear us.
Is that the amendment then? Okay. I move that upon provision of applicable legal notice, city staff advise the provincial government, BC Housing, and community partners that Dwight Hall is not available as an extreme weather response facility, and that city staff pursue the use of the Wildwood Fire Hall as the extreme weather response facility as soon as possible.
We have a seconder. Councillor Southcott seconded. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott, and then Doubt, and then Palm, and then Southcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to start with, we had a number of questions outstanding that we asked on Tuesday, and so I was hoping staff could update us on the information from Tuesday to today.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott. So I will advise on some answers, and if I don't get them all, hopefully you will remember what you asked. But there was some questions about insurance and whether or not our buildings were insured to accommodate an extreme weather response shelter. And so the city staff did confirm with our insurer, the Municipal Insurance Association of BC, that our facilities could host warming shelters and extreme weather response shelters. It doesn't affect our insurability. And this was advised that there's a difference often in the private sector, and so maybe this is where some of those concerns came in, but where the use of a facility can impact insurability, but there's no issue for the city, and that's because MIABC expects that cities like ours do offer this type of service in other situations. So this is, again, a Municipal Insurance Association of BC that many municipalities belong to, and so it has a insurance that serves these types of activities regularly.
Okay, Councillor Doubt.
Yeah, and so the other piece of information that I wanted to share, and I did actually share it with members of council via email yesterday. This was an email from the executive director of LIFT Community Services. So one of the asks of staff was to reach out to LIFT and talk about the facility in Wildwood. And the response we got back was that the Wildwood Fire Hall is not an appropriate location for an extreme weather response shelter, and LIFT would be unable to operationalize at this site for a multitude of reasons, including but not limited to accessibility and safety barriers, including 2 flights of stairs for entry and egress. The site is situated within a residential area and in close proximity to neighbors. A lack of guest confidentiality due to high visibility of the location, and the interior layout prohibits continuous visibility of guests, which adds additional risk to participant and staff safety.
Thank you. Councillor Doubt.
One more question.
Why?
The question about whether timing for the application to BC Housing would be impacted at all was not, well, I got the answer in an email, but I wanted to.
Sure, so sorry about that. And sorry for those that can't hear, I'll try and hold the microphone very close. When I asked the question about whether or not a change of application would take more time, was it a requirement of a new application? The response was they require a change of address, not a resubmission for approval. So the anticipation is that it could be actually achieved quite quickly. It wouldn't be a resubmission with a development of a new emergency weather response plan.
Is there a transferability of the existing license of occupation, or would we need to renegotiate another license of occupation, and is that a timing factor?
Again, I will do my best to talk as closely to the mic as I possibly can. So your question is whether or not a new license of occupation would have to be developed. I think there's 2 options. There's one to amend the license of occupation. There's another option to establish a new one. And from staff's perspective, there might make sense to establish a new one rather than utilize the existing one.
And would there be a timing factor for that, provided I know that the current provider is not interested in that option, but I just was trying to get to the bottom of the timing question and whether it took extra time.
Again, dependent on council's direction this evening, staff would prioritize this and aim to move quite quickly.
Thank you so much for all of those answers.
Okay, just want to acknowledge that Councillor Isaacson is also in the list of asking questions. So Councillor Doubt.
My question is actually already answered by the CAO. I know that the city received a letter from LIFT or had consulted with LIFT about the fire hall and the length of time it would take to change your application to cover different buildings. I wanted to make sure everybody knew what information we had about that. That was my question, and I'll save my other comments for later when we get to talking about the motion.
Councillor Isaacson.
My questions were answered. Thank you.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Worship. Before Christmas, during discussions that we had about this issue, there was some conversation that rotated around the possibility of like a tent, a big tent, that the information that I have is that our regional emergency program has a large tent, the kind that could have some kind of a heater inside it, and it could be located, like it could be set up like it would be if we had an earthquake or something like that. I'm just wondering if staff has investigated that possibility or if that really got into the process.
Through the chair to Councillor Southcott. So staff didn't investigate the idea of using a tent. We were, again, working with community partners. I guess my question would be whether BC Housing would fund the use of a tent, meaning would Lift in that part play the role of the community partner? And if not, would council be looking to direct staff to take on that role is really the question that I would have.
So if I may, my question would extend to the feasibility of it, and would Lift be able to utilize a facility like that? It would be, I know of some of the facilities that we have had here over the years, and the conversation got started before Christmas, but I wasn't aware of the progress of it either. But I was given the impression that something that the emergency program does have, and I'm not talking about the NEST system, Doug, could very possibly be suitable for a purpose like this, being an extreme weather response, obviously an emergency type of situation. So could that be pursued?
Through the chair again to Councillor Southcott. If that is the direction of council tonight, then of course staff could work with Lift, and I can take this away and engage Lift again to see if a structure of that nature is something that could be supported under the extreme weather response program.
Appropriate to move that now?
There's already a motion on the table.
Okay, yeah, we've already moved that.
We'll wait. So just Councillor Palm and then Councillor Elliott.
Dixon on the list?
She said that she did not got an answer already.
Okay, thank you, Worship. Appreciate it. And through the chair, I will say just a couple things. There's a large crowd here tonight. For those of you that weren't here on...
Councillor Palm, could you speak closer to the mic?
I better try, louder and closer. So there was a large crowd here on Tuesday, similar size to what we have tonight, maybe even larger. And the turnout tonight, there's a bunch of new faces here. So I'm just going to reiterate a couple things and clarify a couple things. As I said on Tuesday, people are pointing fingers at councillors, people are pointing fingers at staff. Well, that should not be the case, because prior to when we discussed it at Christmas, staff made it very clear that none of our buildings were suitable to house such at that time. And because of our compassion in these chairs, we unanimously passed a motion that was very broad and gave staff the wherewithal to go out and find something. Well, they met with Lift. The two options that we're discussing tonight, Dwight Hall and the Wildwood Fire Hall, were both looked over by staff, Lift, and company. That's how we've ended up at this, with a recommendation, Lift saying the Dwight Hall best option. Well, Now here we are. We're in a crackerjack. We didn't listen to staff, and we have to deal with this. So I can't imagine how much time has been spent on the massive amount of emails and phone calls and correspondence that have been going on over this single issue, because it's massive. And it's 10-1 opposed to Dwight. Without any doubt in my mind, probably greater than that. Because when you look at that building, and I want to thank Mr. Galinsky, who put an article in the Peak following Tuesday's deliberations of that beautiful front of that entrance of that building. What an historic monument. And one email I got, Mr. Robson, the guy that called the Canuck games for years, came to Powell River to support the Kings. He came here primarily to look at that beautiful building. That's what the email I received stated. That's how valued that piece of property and building is. The other aspect of it is the Legion is not entitled to make political comment. But one of their members sent me an email which I'm going to read. He states, I am writing as a Canadian Armed Forces veteran and long-standing Legion member. I am very concerned with the proposed warming shelter used at the historic Dwight Hall. My concerns are mostly centered around the cenotaph located on the grounds of the Dwight Hall, and possibly and probably desecration and destruction of this memorial to our fallen soldiers, sailors, and airmen and women that have served with honor to our country. I am sure there are other facilities, such as the old fire hall in Wildwood, that would not affect the cenotaph memorial. I ask council, please consider using this historic building and grounds. And he also made a note that his comments have to remain neutral. So I really value the input from our veterans that put on a tremendous ceremony every year on November 11th. Now, I am the individual on Tuesday that is responsible for adding the fire hall to this motion because it was not there originally. And I want to just state where I am on that so that everybody's well aware on how I view this whole situation that we're in. So I received an email from an ex-student, a young man today that lives in Wildwood. And he goes on and he's outlined many of the points that were previously outlined tonight by Lift, why it's not suitable. And he doesn't want to see this in his neighborhood, affecting a residential area, close to a school, blah, blah, blah. Say, you know, you're going to hear 100 times. So I wrote back to him because this was the length of his message to me. He spent a lot of time putting that together, and I was obliged to let him know where I stand. So I'm going to read my response. I said, thank you for expressing your concerns. I would hope more people from Wildwood would also speak up. I am opposed to the city taking this issue and costing our taxpayers more with more disruption to our great community. This is an issue created by the province, locally by BC Housing and the operator that is not getting the job done to the satisfaction of our community. The city has been put in a terrible situation as a result. Neither of the options in the city that the city is discussing here tonight are being expressed as acceptable by our citizens, and I hear you and them loud and clear. I will be stating an option for Lift and BC Housing tonight to consider. Let me be clear as I conclude my correspondence to this gentleman. This is not the city's problem. This is the province and their chosen operators' problem to solve. Staff has told us in December that no city buildings fit the criteria they are advocating for. I will do my best tonight to represent the will of our citizens, which, as a councillor, I was elected to do. It is stated such in our community charter from the province of British Columbia.
Thank you, Councillor Palm. Councillor Elliott, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Your Worship. Speaking to the motion, I realized we were in question period before. This will be my first time to speak to the motion. And I also wanted to address some of Councillor Southcott's questions. I'll start there. Councillor Southcott, when I have talked to BC Housing about what their program for these shelters, they have indicated that they have no programs to fund outdoor shelters at all. And so we're looking at different community partners and different processes than what we have at this point in time. To be a designated shelter that is funded by BC Housing, there's a process, and those outdoor facilities do not meet the criteria for that process. And so that was also something we were talking last summer about, and a number of other ideas around designating parking lots and spaces, and all of those things fall outside of anything the province is willing to fund. The triggering of resources that are for our emergency response require some kind of a natural disaster and a declaration of, I knew you knew that, but I'm just, so the facilities that, I suppose we could ask our mayor to declare a natural disaster in our community. I don't think the criteria meets and the province would come back and say no, and so we wouldn't be able to fund it that way. So those are my comments on your questions. They haven't been open to us as an option for council as far as I know. And the answers have always come no, that's not part of this program.
Good.
Speaking to the motion, we have before us a decision to say no to Dwight Hall, which means no to an emergency shelter at this point. The option of the fire hall isn't going to work because the partner says they can't do it there, and so it's not something they're prepared to open because they can't make it safe for accessibility and not being able to have eyes on all areas at once with the amount of staff that they get funded for that thing. The funding that goes with this emergency shelter is limited to a certain amount of people for the function, and then they have to be able to use those ones that they're funded to run the operation. And if they're using more, then it's an unfunded part of it. And they're not able to sustain their organization if they continue to do things that are unfunded. And as a person involved in the board of a nonprofit, it is extremely difficult to run things that you can't find funding for.
Great.
So
Sorry,
excuse me.
Just going to ask, there seems to be a little mumbling in the background. We could maintain quiet, and once we're finished, we'll vote on this motion.
Yeah, so the question before us today is whether we don't provide city space for warming people who are out in the cold, or whether we provide a very undesirable space to warm people out in the cold. That is what's before council today. Is do we give what we have, which it apparently is boiled down to this space that is that we are all so passionate about, or do we just say no to the whole thing?
Thank you.
So that's already been looked at, and it isn't possible.
Councillor Doubt.
I'm sorry, I had one more thing to say, Your Worship. I was
Okay.
interrupted.
Again, just be courteous, right? You'll get your chance at the end of the meeting if you have. Okay. Councillor, continue.
Thank you. I have a huge heart and spend time taking care of veterans myself. I know my veteran friends know this. I asked one of my veteran friends today because I'm truly torn about what to do in this situation. And he indicated he didn't do 3 tours overseas to watch people freeze to death. He thinks it's a horrible idea, but the alternative to him was equally horrible. And he would give up his monument in order to prevent people from dying because that's what he went there to fight for. And so I don't think the unanimous decision among veterans is that this is sacred above human life, because I think that some of them would speak against that, and if not many of them. So there's people on all sides of this question, and the idea that if we can do something to prevent someone from freezing, should we do it? Or should we blame it on the province or blame it on someone else? And that's what we're dealt with. We're trying to figure out what to vote about today. I have an idea that we may have the ability here in council to direct staff and RCMP to increase security on our own property if we say so. And so that's a question I have.
Okay, okay. All right. Councillor Doubt.
Oh,
Okay, just
if the crowd would excuse me.
Councillor Doubt. Just
All
give me a,
of the people.
Councillor Doubt. I want to make it clear. Okay, everybody's listening here. That if there's any more of this, I will clear everybody here. Okay, and we'll continue to do our business. So if you decide you can't respect that, leave now, and the others who can respect it can stay. Councillor Doubt.
So I'm going to try to give you a full explanation of the reason why I'm opposed to passing this motion. I'm going to start out with a couple of communications I got today. One of the first ones I got earlier this morning was from a person who was here on Tuesday night and was writing to apologize for not being able to get themselves up to the microphone to bring forward an alternative point of view because of the noise, the yelling, the interruptions, and the signs and the harassment, basically, is what that I saw happening of people who had a different opinion. They didn't come. And I responded back and I said, I understand why when there's this many people in the room that all seem to have or think they have only one opinion that counts, to get up and actually explain a position. That's why there was only one contrary point of view from members of the public. It was from a respected member of the community. At least I respect our ex-CAO, who actually was dealing with warming shelters last year in the United Church across the street. So I understand. And the point of that is that there is not just one point of view in this community. There is more than one. I've received many emails that were in favor of the Dwight Hall, and not because it's the perfect choice, because it's the only choice that exists. But there are lots of people out there, believe it or not, who agree that the Dwight Hall is an appropriate place. I'm going to read one of the letters because I thought it was particularly well written. It came to me at 2:40 today. And it says, I am writing about the issue for a vote tonight about Dwight Hall and the emergency weather response shelter. As a resident of Townsite, I am in support of the shelter being housed in this neighborhood in a building that is historically a community center. This has been a hard issue for our community and revealed a lot of unfortunate opinions and stigma around people who are unhoused. The least we can do is provide a bed and warmth for people who are struggling in these uncertain times. I'm a mother of 3 young children, and I understand that this could even change our neighborhood. Change should not deter our community from taking care of those people who need our support. Furthermore, I am disappointed in the violence and misinformation that is flying around our community about this issue. I think it is a terrible showing for a community that has historically been known to take care of its own. We're a small town with a big love for each other and a full of wonderful, hardy people, and I hope that we can, at the very least, provide people with a warm place to sleep. Please do not allow a few loud, angry voices to deter you from doing the right thing for those in the community who need it. It's not an individual letter. It's not the only one I received along those same lines, but it is one. So
Finished?
I just want to finish what I had to say.
All right,
Mr. Mayor.
finish.
That's okay. I don't think I've reached my time limit yet.
I will check. Has the
Well,
time limit been met?
We've got 15 minutes.
Bylaw says 15 minutes.
All right.
I'll try to keep within that. I'll do the best I can. So the reason I'm opposed to this is, has been pointed out, I think, by the CAO and by Councillor Elliott at least, is that if we don't accept the Dwight Hall, which is, I think, where we should accept it and what council already voted to do, there's going to have to be some scrambling around to try to find an alternative. I agree that the a temporary solution, and BC Housing is not going to support that. So if we pass this motion, my concern is that we will not end up with a cold weather emergency shelter this year, and that people will be suffering in the cold. I think the weather report is that over the next couple of weeks, there will probably be a change from our beautiful, balmy, sunny weather that we're having right now to something that's much colder than what it is now, and people will be out in the cold. I was willing to consider the Wildwood Fire Hall as a choice, but we got LIFT that went and looked at it, and they said they don't think they can operate the facility in there. So without having an operator for the facility, there is no point in having a facility. LIFT says they can't do it, and there we go. If we don't go to the Dwight Hall and we try some other facility, which we're going to have to spend some time searching for, the earliest it could possibly come back to council would be the middle of February. And that would be if we had the time to get the applications into the provincial government and everybody and get it going. But I think we should defeat this motion. We should go with what council had already determined to do and use the Dwight Hall. Again, I'll reiterate, not the perfect solution. It would be nice if there was another place, but there isn't. The fact is we've looked, we've tried to get it. LIFT has tried to get a place to do it, and this is what's available. And I agree with Councillor Elliott's suggestion. If people think there's no more policing and more security to do, we could pass a motion at council to have bylaw officers or the RCMP instructed to increase security around there. And as I would like to have an opportunity to finish. It would be nice if you listened, because that would give you a better opportunity to reply to what I actually say. So, as I was saying, it would be possible to get the coverage for security there, and I'll just leave it at that for now. And I'm opposed to the motion. I think we should get moving and provide what we can at the Dwight Hall.
All right. I'm fully supportive of this motion. I think it is the only logical step forward. And the responsibility lies with the provincial government and whoever they choose to operate a facility. And I have heard reasons why the Wildwood Fire Hall apparently cannot be utilized. From multiple experiences of running companies looking for solutions, I don't buy it. If the province decides that it's important to have an extreme weather facility, they can make it happen. And they can make it happen in 3 days. And LIFT can hire the right people. We have a city which has incredible resources. Just look at the number of people that worked at the mill. You name it, they can do it. So to me, not passing this motion is simply avoiding the responsibility that we should put back on the province. And I guarantee you, if we do this, they will make it happen. Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Worship. I've had 2 days to think about this since Tuesday. Is this the question that I confronted myself this morning? Is this motion consistent with my values, or the values I believe are held by our community? Values, not the specific circumstance we're talking about. And there's only one answer I have for that question, and that is no. So if we pass this motion, we will ensure more delay and more failure. Do I want to see Dwight Hall used as a shelter? Absolutely not. In that respect, my feelings are consistent with what I said on Tuesday. There's been 1 year of searching and failure for LIFT and our community to find a space. We find ourselves here in the city at the end of the road, the end of the line. Leadership, in my belief, has a moral responsibility for our whole community. We do care. I saw signs on Tuesday, yes to an EWR shelter, no to Dwight Hall. So I saw the yes. Find something better. Yeah. Is this the best our city can do? Wildwood Fire Hall apparently won't work. I'm not inclined to disagree with the mayor. I absolutely think there are other options here. Who have we heard from? I look around this room and I don't see anybody I think that's even close to being homeless, let alone homeless. There's nobody here who's homeless, is there? If you're homeless, please let me know right now. No, I don't see that. Okay, thank you. So there's one. My point is that we at this table hear the people in this room, and we've received an awful lot of email from basically this sector of this community. We've heard some, we've got some email and some correspondence from people who are less advantaged. This town has a higher poverty rate. We may not really be happy to know about, but I think a lot of us know that, than the provincial average. We haven't heard much from those people at all because they're too busy surviving right now. And the ones, and I was in this business for a lot of years in the downtown east side and also here. When people are struggling, they're not political. So I'm thinking about the people that I've gone out and talked to over the years and what they have said about issues like this, not this one specifically. So what is Dwight Hall and the Cenotaph to me? Yeah, I went to dances there when I was a teenager, and I went to the music festival, like Patricia said on Tuesday. I was involved in that and all sorts of other things because I did grow up here. My grandfather was what was called a town site carpenter at the time. And in 1927, he started here in 1914. So I'm absolutely sure he was involved in building that building. Both he and my father, who from his teens onward grew up here, were veterans. My dad served overseas. So November 11th was way more important to my dad than Christmas was. And I went to Remembrance Day ceremonies as a kid and then as an adult. And I've never missed one that I could avoid missing. Those men came back with wounds that have taken me most of my adult life to figure out. And that's what veterans face. And I have a bit of an understanding of that because it's the same kind of thing that paramedics face after a decade or so of doing the work. And it's the kind of thing that ends up people homeless and addicted and with mental health challenges. So I've seen that side, and I've also seen the results in my own family. Fortunately, none of my family is homeless, but some of them are. Some of the people who suffer that stuff are, and I get that. And this puts me in an extremely difficult position here. So if Dwight Hall basement is the best we can do, then to be in integrity myself and avoid hypocrisy in my own eyes, I can't support this motion, and I will support the use of Dwight Hall, although that being said, I hope this community can come up with something better. Yeah, we failed.
Okay.
So furthermore, I have one other commitment to make if this actually happens. And that is that if Dwight Hall ends up being used, if we can't find anything better than that, I will turn up any night because I have done security and I have been a paramedic for many years and I have a fire extinguisher I can carry around in my backpack. And if that happens, I invite anybody else with any capability to be of service to this community to do the same thing voluntarily. And I don't expect any pay for this. Or maybe we can find something better. Are we at the end of the road? I hope not. That's where I stand at this, in this moment. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, I just want to make the point that the information I received is LIFT has a facility with an area that could have been used for this, and they haven't. So I think there's a lot of emotional discussion going on here. What everybody appears to not want to accept is that we're not talking about brain surgery. We're not talking about sending a man to the moon, which we did in 1969. We're simply talking about getting a safe shelter in place. And if the province and LIFT want this to happen, it can be done in less than a week. So if there's any, yes, Councillor Doubt.
I'd like to put my name on the list to speak. I'm a second-time speaker, and Councillor Isaacson has had her hand up a long time.
Councillor Isaacson, you responded that your question had been answered. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, if we're in debate now, I would like the opportunity to speak. So a couple of points. One, to the comments regarding the scale of letters that we've received and for or against. I did actually do some math on Tuesday, leading up to the vote on Tuesday. And so it was about 25% of respondents who supported Dwight Hall and about 3/4 who, or 80% who didn't. So definitely overwhelming opposition, but not at the scale that Councillor Palm shared. Actually, not 20%, sorry, 25%. So when I read all the letters, what I'm looking for in order to listen to the perspectives of community members are their concerns and their wishes. And so I think some of the yearnings that I'm hearing from people are related to the legacy of Dwight Hall and its heritage nature, super valid concern, the honoring of our veterans and the sanctity of the cenotaph, also a valid concern. Concerns from neighboring businesses and residents about the quality of life in the neighborhood, also a valid concern. And then also the concern about risk to life of not opening emergency weather response shelter. And to be clear, that risk of life is not necessary. I mean, it could be about freezing to death, but it's a couple of other things as well. There have been fires in the forests. So when people are having to cook or warm themselves outside, fires have happened. And so the solution to that is getting people inside so that they don't have to light fires to cook food or to get warm. Also, the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning when people light like propane stoves inside an enclosed space, and even just worsening of other medical symptoms. So if people are suffering from mental health issues or physical ailments and those are compounded by cold weather and lack of quality of life and comfort by not being warm enough overnight. So anyways, those are a lot of the concerns that I've heard loud and clear from people. And so it's my job to weigh those concerns in alignment with my values that I was elected on, what I feel like is in the best interest of the city. And so I fall on, people won't be surprised, I fall on not supporting this motion. And again, similar to Councillor Southcott, I do not believe that Dwight Hall is an excellent choice. But as a city, the only option that we have to participate in this process is to offer space. We can't compel a private business owner or compel a faith community to offer space. That has been tried over the past year and a half without success. And so our only option is to offer our own spaces, of which there are not many suitable. And I would say none totally suitable, but one is suitable enough for the purposes. And so I appreciate there's a lot of people who are offering, what about this space? What about this space? And a lot of those spaces have already been looked into, or the owners of them or operators have said no to. But like this is a spirit that I want to see, people generating ideas and solutions. Unfortunately, we're just too late in the game. This should have opened last night. I volunteered multiple nights last year at the overnight warming center, probably about half the nights. I did jigsaw puzzles with guests. I ate with guests. I worked with other volunteers. I met people who graduated from high school here, people whose dad owned a trades business and who was trying to, follow in his footsteps and had operated construction businesses here, and people with kids and families who are suffering. And so the people that we're looking to house, not every single one of them, but a large proportion of them are from here. And even the ones that if they've moved here from away to make connections to family or try to make a better go of things, also deserve some dignity. So for these reasons, this is like the best, I feel this is the best option that we've got, given the poor options that we have. I would also, I think Councillor Dowd maybe mentioned it earlier, or Councillor Elliott mentioned a motion regarding RCMP or security patrols. I'm completely open to that for the safety of the building, the neighborhood, and also any guests and staff at the shelter. Also keeping in mind that we're looking at something that might be open 5 to 12 nights, perhaps over the next 2 months, not a huge number of nights. So while this isn't our fault, this issue is a collective issue of society at this time, and there's a number of people who are trying to work on solutions. We are where we are, and so what do we do with what we've got? And I feel like we continue on with the direction we gave staff in December. We asked them to activate city space. They have done. I thank them for that, and let's carry on. And that's the end of my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. I'm going to call the motion.
I haven't said anything.
You haven't said anything. Would you like to say something?
I'll try to put some thoughts together. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I think in 3 years sitting in this table, this might be the most the decision that I find the most to be damned if you do, damned if you don't. A real kind of rock and hard place, because there really isn't a good solution. It can be easy to say no to Dwight Hall, and as Councillor Southcott and Isaacson have stated, I said on Tuesday, it's not near the top of my list. And staff and council have been working through different options for several months now. Complex was looked at, and City Hall was looked at, and other buildings were looked at for logistical reasons. They're not feasible options. When you need to have a space that is unused for most of the winter, but needs to store the materials to be used should the situation come about where the weather calls for an extreme response. And as stated, it's happened 6 to 10 times over the last couple of years, and that time is probably coming up any time in the next few weeks. I also wanted to share, there's been a couple things that have been discussed over the last couple of weeks that are inaccurate. Busing was mentioned on Tuesday by members of the crowd. Busing is not part of this conversation, whether it's in Townsite or Wildwood. Lyft hasn't asked for a bus. Council has not offered a bus. Transportation to and from wherever this response facility might be is not part of the equation right now. And then there's also been conversation about the fact that our current shelter is being developed right now next to the RCMP facility. Regardless of if that shelter was actually in existence right now, we would still be having this conversation because the extreme weather shelter is a completely separate unit. We have done in the previous years, we have done temporary use permits almost every season for a secondary extreme weather response facility. In the past, LIFT was able to operate it next to the existing shelter, but they're not the same project. They're two separate facilities and set up for separate purposes. So even if our soon-to-be finished temporary shelter was in place already, we would still be having this conversation. And what's been on my mind the last couple nights is that we're unfortunately, or us or the next council, is going to have this conversation in about 10 or 11 months again, because even when that new temporary shelter is complete, winter is going to rear its face again at the end of this year. And the conversation about an extreme weather response facility is going to come up again because our new temporary shelter will not be suited to have enough space for extreme weather purposes. So this is a Band-Aid solution for this season. And I wish it could be a solution that could be provided long-term. And I'm torn because it's either Dwight Hall at this point or probably no facility. I was hoping that some miracle would happen overnight and a commercial partner might open up their space and we wouldn't even need this vote. But unfortunately, that miracle didn't happen. So it leaves us in a tough place. And I fear, if this doesn't go through, then we might go a season without having an emergency response facility at this point.
Okay, we have a motion. Does anybody have a comment which they have not made previously? Councillor Palm and then Elliott.
Yes, Your Worship. I'm just gathering my thoughts now that you've said that, and just make sure that I don't have any overlap. And that is, we are speaking to the motion that is on the screen right now. There are two parts to that motion. Whitehall, the crown jewel of our heritage. Wildwood Fire Hall, another option. And as Councillor Southcott pointed out at the beginning of tonight's discussion, search and rescue, a building like that with the provide heat, you could put cots in, could be put in the parking lot of the lift where the lift building sits. That would take care of their immediate problem. We have options. This is not a fait accompli, the use of Dwight Hall. So I don't know why we're talking that way. Because if this is passed tonight, LIFT is going to have to look at other options. Let's not lose sight of that. That's what we're voting on. And I just going to, for the sake of it, Councillor Isaacson alluded to numbers. How many people here, raise your hand if you're here to protect Dwight Hall?
Great, thank you, Councillor Palm. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to mention there seems to be this idea that LIFT has an empty space. They bought that building with a lease in place for that space, and it's a conditional on their sale that lease lasts to the end of a certain time frame. So they do not have access to that space. It was conditional to the sale of that building that the lease. If you don't mind, could you please stop talking in the gallery? So I just wanted people to know they don't actually have an option to use that space.
Thank you.
And it's misinformation to think that they do. They just don't.
Thank you.
And so that's how that is for that space. I also wanted to say that LIFT is not planning to look anymore this winter. Their time is frame is gone. And
okay, good. All right, you have a point.
I was trying, yes, Your Worship.
But that's speculation, okay? Do you have any factual information that you haven't already expressed that you would like to express?
Well, I do think that I'm speaking about facts in this case. However, nobody else has been held to factual information, but I will try. So
excuse me, the floor is mine at the moment.
Okay. All right, let's take a time out, okay? We're going to meditate for 60 seconds. Then we're going to come back. We're going to listen to what Councillor Elliott said, and then we're going to vote on the motion. So just put the timer on for 60 seconds.
Ryan Tong. Thing at Ryan Tong.
There doesn't seem to be much contemplating going on.
Thought it would be much better. The nest system is dead. It's not intense. It's more. No.
All right. Let's have quiet. We're going to listen, Councillor Elliott, to continue, and when finished, we're going to have a vote. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as I was saying, a lot of the other spaces that people are proposing have been looked into. There has been feasibility looked at just about every single thing I've heard. There is no funding for external outside facilities other than a little bit of outreach. Grassroots communities can do what they can, and we don't have to approve it. The city does not have jurisdiction to approve things outside of what the city can do. If someone comes to us, all we can do is get out of their way, hopefully. But we're not the province. We're not in charge of the programs. The program's either going to happen or it's not. The community itself is collectively responsible to what happens to these individuals when they're out in the cold. We have jurisdiction that we can work within to try and make a difference. And at this point in time, every other option has been explored and thrown out the window. And tonight we're here to decide what we can do to get people out of the cold. And this is the option that has landed before us. And so as much as we may all hate this particular option, the other option is to do nothing. So that's what we're voting for tonight here in council. Do we do nothing or do we do this? And doing nothing,
Okay.
would you please allow me to speak?
Are you making a new point that you haven't made previously? I don't think so. So if you have something that you haven't said before, say it and we'll move on.
I'm emotional too, Your Worship. And it's difficult to say what I'm trying to say when I have quite a few other people talking at the same time. So if you could maintain order, that would be easier for me to get to my point.
Okay, but there's a lot of motion from this table that's making a motive people out there. So let us realize if we skip the emotion and we stick to facts, then there's less likely to get interruption. So continue and then we'll vote.
I guess the point I was trying to make is that I do not see any other options. People think and want to have faith that some other option will come up. I see no evidence of that at all. That's my point.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. We have a motion on the table. All in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
The motion is defeated. All right, we're going to move. If anybody would like to leave now that we've completed the extreme weather response shelter, we'll take a 5-minute break.
cheating. Find somebody who can do this.
You're out of here. Shame on you, George. You guys are an embarrassment to the city. Absolutely.
You can do it. Get a petition going.
Okay, can those that are leaving, please leave? We've got a long agenda ahead of us. We got a recess for 5 minutes. We got about 2 minutes left. Yes.
Thank you.
Your ancestors who
Uh,
Hi there.
Got a real good suggestion.
No. We're
Okay,
gonna move on to our agenda.
okay, I'll tell you.
Okay. Could one of the staff ensure that door is shut?
They lock it so they can't open it from the inside.
Would somebody lock that door, please?
Oh, you can lock it so people can get out, but they can't get in.
Okay. All right, item 11.1, update of council policy 255 reserve funds, the interim chief financial officer.
Thank you, Your Worship. This report is brought before council pursuant to a previous motion on December 3rd. That was to create a financial stabilization reserve fund that amalgamates various reserve accounts. And that would be for a broader purpose. The other direction from council, of course, was to update the reserve.
Mr. CFO,
policy.
could you take a break for a minute while we try to get a little bit of quiet going on? Oh, sorry to interrupt you, but the mayor's trying to secure the building.
All right, please continue.
So, Your Worship and Council, as I was saying, this is brought before council pursuant to a previous direction of council to bring forward a financial stabilization reserve fund that amalgamated other reserves and to modernize the current policy. So this report includes important information to clarify what reserves are mandatory and which are discretionary. So it's important to distinguish between those. And that in terms of those that are mandatory, the city has ones that are more prevalent, and that's for development cost charges, the
parkland acquisition funds that are collected as part of subdivision and for the monies from the land proceeds. So those are already in place, but all other reserves are discretionary on the part of council, and council may establish those by bylaw. The fact of the matter is that many of the city's reserves were really reserve accounts in the past, and it's important to distinguish between reserve accounts and reserve funds. Reserve funds are established pursuant to the legislation in the community charter, and reserve accounts are merely an appropriation of surplus, and they're not as formal as reserve funds. And reserve funds provide more stringent conditions around them because they are by bylaw, and it's clear within those bylaws what the funds are being set aside for and what they can be used for. And this provides continuity from one elected body to the next. And I think it provides continuity for community members so that they are very clear about what the reserves are being set aside for. So staff have went through all of the city's reserves, are recommending changes. And maybe I'll get the table within the policy. Keep going. Keep going. So there's a table in the policy that outlines the suggested or recommended action for each of the reserves. So as you can see, the highlighted ones here were a motion to move into the stabilization reserve fund. And so as we see here, what's being recommended is if the monies are being held for the longer term, it's being recommended that they be established by reserve fund through a bylaw. If monies are being held for the short term, they can still be reserve accounts. And an example of that would be the climate action funds that are have been received by the city. Those funds are intended to be used in the short term. So that would be the intent. So this table summarizes more or less which reserves would be reserve accounts versus reserve funds. And so we're asking council to take the next step in this process, and that would be to bring forward bylaws that would basically enact an updated policy that is attached to the report. And the policy has been modernized to take into account all the various variations between reserve accounts, reserve funds, and provides clarity around the purpose of those. And so you can see at the back of the policy, it also has a schedule, which is an easy reference for each of the reserve accounts and reserve funds and surpluses. It provides information on the purpose of them, what the funding sources are, and in some cases, the minimum and optimal levels, as well as the rationale for the levels. So this provides a very easy reference for the future decision makers as to those reserves. So I would like council to consider the motion that staff have put forward.
Councilor Armita.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Beauregard, for the report. Just a quick question. You mentioned short-term and long-term for the difference between funds and accounts. What would be your definition for what short-term would fall under? Is that a 1 year or 2 year spend?
1 to 2 years, but I think if there's a clear mandate for how the funds are going to be utilized, and you can see an end to them, then that would be what I would term to be more of a reserve account.
Okay. I'm fine with the motion as we get to it. I think the field user one, for looking ahead down the road, being part of the groups that use the fields, I feel like there will be some spending probably on a regular basis out of that field user account that we might not need to switch it down the road to a fund, but we can leave that for another day.
So, Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. The, in the chart, you have some that are highlighted in purple, going into the financial stabilization reserve, which is highlighted in blue. And this motion, adopts a policy that does that. All of the other ones lower on the list, they have recommendations, but that's not what we're doing right now. Is that correct?
Well, you're allowing council, staff, to bring back reserve fund bylaws that establish these as reserve funds, as noted in the table. So for example, under insurance and legal, there would be a reserve fund bylaw that would be brought back that clearly established what the purpose of that fund was for. So the motion in part allows staff to come back with those bylaws.
Okay, so currently there are reserve accounts and we don't have bylaws for them. And to convert them to a reserve fund requires a bylaw, but they still have an account. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying.
Well, to formalize them, they require a bylaw. And so we are formalizing the purpose of these accounts.
Okay, it doesn't change how interest in those accounts work or anything, just.
Through the chair, no, it doesn't change that. In fact, when a sum of money is a reserve fund,
yeah,
under the charter, you must pay it interest.
Okay.
When they're reserve accounts, it's optional to pay it interest.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the explanation.
Anybody care to put the motion on the table? Councillor Palm.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, just one quick question. We are amalgamating and bringing these back for further input. I just want to safeguard, make sure that our Community Forest Reserve Fund, which is a corporate entity, remains where it is, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. It has a bylaw already, so it'll remain a reserve fund through a formal bylaw.
Thank you very much.
I have a question as well, if I could be on the list.
All right, please, Councillor Isaacson.
Oh, thank you. I'm wondering, in the table, you have a reserve account called Local Government Housing Initiatives, and I just couldn't see reference to it anywhere else in the sorry, I'm trying to find the agenda item, the appendix. And so could you, it's different than the affordable housing one. What is that for?
That's basically monies that were provided by the province to implement the new legislation. So it's very temporary money. So we didn't see the need to formalize it in any way.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you. Thank you for this work. I'm aware of at least one user group in this community who will appreciate greater certainty about the reserve fund they depend upon. It's the boaters. The number 410 Property Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund had a very specific purpose. Are you intending that that be continued, or is that likely to be phased out as consistent with the draft one financial plan over the next couple of years? Or will that money be, will the purpose, pardon me, provided by that fund be then filled by the financial stabilization reserve?
Through the chair, the intent is to keep that fund in place, but to relook at the level within that fund on an ongoing basis as the level of risk is reduced.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Right. Yeah,
Let me
makes sense.
Move pursuant to the report of the interim chief financial officer dated for the meeting of January 22nd, 2026, entitled Update of Council Policy 255 Reserve Funds. I move that that the policy titled Reserve, Surplus, and Restricted Revenue Funds, an update of Council Policy 255 attached to this report, be approved, and that reserve fund establishment and transfer bylaws be brought forward for council's consideration in order to implement the policy.
Seconded by Councillor Southcott. See no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Passed unanimously. Thank you. Move to 11.2, which is the property tax distribution and 2026 property assessment. to our interim chief financial.
Your worship, trying to see if I got this report here. Okay. Yeah. Hear it? Okay. Okay.
There you go.
So, Your Worship, this report is brought forward because we now have the completed roll from the BC Assessment Authority. And we have more definitive numbers on the loss of tax revenue from the mill site. And as you'll see in the report, the loss of tax revenue for the mill site is now estimated at $2.9 million as opposed to $3.8 million, which is a positive thing. The other aspect to note here is that the new construction revenue within the community, other than the mill site, leaving that aside, has now increased from 387 to 471,000 So I'm just going to go, first of all, through the report briefly. But you can see here, this provides what the tax distribution was among the various tax classes for 2025. And you can see, for example, here, that residential picked up 62.5% of the tax draw. And that, for example, business picked up 15.97%. So those were the percentage distributions before we had the impact of the mill or any other new construction that we're anticipating coming online this year. So when we look at the entire assessment roll and compare it to 2025, it hasn't changed in terms of market value. The market values in Powell River have remained very flat, so to speak. But all of the change in the assessment roll is from A, the mill, and B, from other new construction that has occurred within the community. And as you can see here, those changes total approximately $85 million. So that's a good amount of assessment that's coming online. But you can see in this table here that this highlights what the net impact of the new construction is and the change in the mill. And you can see here, for example, in the mill, that you can see there's been $81 million worth of loss assessment for the mill in class 4, major industry. And you can see that now there's $35 million in utilities that wasn't there before. But you can also see that there's also $42 million worth of business assessment as well from the mill. So basically, since major industry has a much higher tax rate than those other classes, you still have a loss of revenue from the mill of approximately $2.9 million. And then you can see over here that the other new assessment coming online, particularly from residential, is creating another $471,000 of additional revenue for the city. So the net of those two is a loss of revenue of $2.4 million. So when we talk about tax distribution, there's different methodologies of sharing the tax burden among the tax classes. And so some people refer to fixed ratio approach, and that is maintaining a ratio between the residential and the other classes. And so that causes major fluctuations from year to year in how much you're collecting from the various classes, and can cause a lot of movement and instability. So we're advocating the continued use of a fixed share approach basically by keeping the percentages consistent with prior year. But before we do that, we have to basically take into account the impact of the mill. Okay, so as you can see here in column B, these were the percentages that were shared among the various tax classes in 2025. 63%, right? For residential, 19% for major industry. Now that you don't have that, and you take off the impact of the mill, you're left with 70.91% of the tax base picked up by residential, 6.88% from utilities, because now we have some utility assessment from the mill. You have 21.32% being picked up by business. So these become the new percentages that you're trying to maintain in terms of sharing any tax increase. So you can see here, for example, if we distribute 1/3 of the loss of the mill property taxes and we distribute it according to those percentages to be consistent, you're left with the same percentages that increase has to be picked up by. So what this results in, it results in basically each tax class picking up those percentages. But then what you do is after you've allocated the tax burden among those classes, then you have to take into account new construction. And new construction within each category changes the percentages, right? So the percentages can change based on the fact that there's been a lot of new construction revenue in the residential class. But originally, before you take into account new construction, the amount that's picked up each of the tax classes remains at the same percentage. So what this does is it has this effect. Before you add other new construction, you can see in this table that when you pick up a tax increase among the various tax classes without considering the other new construction, you see that the percentage increase in each category here is consistent at 6.43%. So in other words, the tax increase is being shared at the same percentage across each of the tax classes. I hope that makes sense. So that is a result of using the shared percentage methodology of allocating the tax increase.
Just going to interrupt. Councillor Dowd has a question.
Wait till the CFO had finished.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, thank you. So as you can see, these percentages will be consistent in the way the tax increase is distributed, or any tax increase would be distributed in 2026. What the actual taxes paid by these tax classes can change after you've allocated the tax increase based on any new construction that has occurred or revenue that's being collected from those tax classes. You know, there's many fancy ways of divvying up a tax increase, right? You know, you could, for example, have the new construction revenue in residential benefit other tax classes, but then you would have inconsistent tax increases among the different tax classes. So that's why the methodology that we're advocating here, the fixed share percentage, provides stability across all the tax classes for allocating any tax increase. And one of the goals we're trying to reach here, of course, is to have stability and something easy for taxpayers to understand as well. So have a motion that we're putting on the floor for council to consider. It's there. And that's what we'd like council to discuss.
Councillor Doak.
Well, that's a good report. I read through it a couple of times, and I think the main key issue there is that there's basically two ways to figure out who pays what in taxes according to which category of land you have, and that's either the fixed rate process or a fixed share process. And the recommendation here is we use the fixed share to keep, each the residential share being the same comparison to the industrial share, all things being equal. And this year they're not equal because what's happening is a significant decrease in the assessment in the mill. What I find encouraging about that with this version of the assessment from BC Assessment is that it hasn't gone down perhaps as much as we thought the assessment would go down. And the other encouraging thing in this report is that the actual residential tax that we're going to collect has increased, largely because of the big apartment complexes built on Joyce out by the hospital. And nice thing we can think of is that next year there's one going on the other end of Joyce, other end of town, which will increase the tax share as well. And I hope we can pretty soon look forward to either the Tla'amin or the other prospective owners of the mill site in providing some tax relief there to the homeowners because we can provide some industry there. So it'll be nice to get that tax relief and the jobs too at the same time. But the question I've got is what I always question is the bottom line here that everybody's going to look at, which is on page 8 of 9 at the bottom is a potential tax increase scenario. And this one reports a potential tax increase of 6.43. And I think we're going to hear more about that next week when we talk about draft 2 of the budget. But the numbers here are different, I recognize, from the estimated change that we had in draft 1 of the budget, which is somewhere between 4.4 and 7.7 and 10%. So where does this 6.43 fall into what we've heard in the budget calculations?
Through the chair, that was just an example to show council how the increase is evenly distributed. Ultimately, the next draft of the budget comes forward on February 26th. And at that time, council would be solidifying a tax increase for 2026 based on the latest information that we have. As you'll note in the report, the savings from the mill, staff will be bringing forward a recommendation to increase reserve transfers for that money. As we know in draft 1 of the financial plan, the reserve transfers were cut back to mitigate what we thought was the original impact of the mill.
That's great. I thought that probably was your answer. So I think what you're saying is don't get all excited about the 6.43. It's an estimate right now, and more news will come next week. Thanks.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Worship. About over a year ago, having been in small business and having many friends in business here, I was approached with the plea, please don't increase the tax ratio for business. In previous years, we've always thought in terms of ratio, but I think a big part of the reason for that is because essentially the different classes were pretty stable except for what's it called, a non-tax or the new development basically that then adds to the tax, but it didn't really have that much of an increase to cause what you've done here, I think, what I understand after reading your report about 3 times to try to figure it out, is that is essentially what you are suggesting we do. And the effect is that the business owners will be facing the same percentage of tax increase as residential, because that's the thing that people have worried about. Oh, you want to favor residential, so you slide the ratio between business and residential, you slide the business up to hit the businesses. But that is exactly not what is happening here. You're actually safeguarding against that, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. The intent is that each of the tax classes have the same increase.
Thank you. Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor. A question regarding that tax ratio again between different classes. Obviously, the focus here is mostly between residential and business. Those are now our two major classes in town. I'm wondering about utilities can have to be capped at 2.5% of the business rate. And I'm wondering, another major taxpayer in town that hasn't been demolished is the dam. And I'm wondering if this is an opportunity to revisit that ratio and taxation of the utility class, or whether this change, how it impacts the utility class.
Through the chair, when the final tax distribution comes forward, staff would be maximizing the amount of the tax rate for the utility class, which is part of best practice. And as you noted, the maximum is 2.5 times the business rate. Actually, technically speaking, it's 2.5 times the business rate or 40. And it always ends up being 2.5 is higher than 40. So we will be maximizing the amount of revenue we take from the utility class. That's a nuance that will be coming forward when we have the final tax distribution, because the utility class traditionally has been maximized to help the other tax classes, and that practice would be continued.
Thank you.
Okay. You have your hand up, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for a little more clarity around that, if we had been in past years thinking business taxes should be a bit lower, and then but it's difficult to do that without also losing all that revenue from the utilities class, and a lot of the mill stuff has now moved to utilities class. Does that then make it so we have to proportionately increase businesses in order to maximize utilities taxes? And if so, do we know what that extent is?
Through the chair, it's always an option to increase the business rate to take more money from utilities. But that is not something staff would be recommending, because that puts an unnecessary burden on business.
Yes, thank you. That was my question.
Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Bjorga, you might not have an answer for this question, but as you were reading through your report, the thought came to me that oftentimes around this time of the year, there are comments that go about our city's taxation rate compared to others in the province. And I know you can't really compare apples to apples when it comes to comparing municipalities, but I know you've also served as a CFO in many areas. I was just curious, the percentages you shared today, where the business is residential is about 70%, business is about 28%, and then there's utilities and stuff. Can you remember offhand or ballpark in some of the communities that you've done before, how does that spread often break down? Because I feel like in Powell River, we don't have as many classes to really spread out the tax base with. And I'm just curious if you can recall any numbers or ballpark numbers.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that each community is so unique in terms of its tax base. So it's hard to compare those between communities. But in terms of information on taxation, utilities, and user rates on an average value home in a community, and in Powell River, an average home is assessed at $601,000. Staff are bringing forward information, and this is a plug for the meeting next week on the 29th, that we're holding a budget consultation open house that council will hopefully attend, and members of the public are invited to attend. But at that meeting, we are presenting some comparisons with 12 other communities, I believe it is. And it shows, based on an average house, how much taxes they pay in comparison to Powell River. So that's a more fair comparison, I think. And so staff will be providing that information at the open house.
Thank you. So pursuant to the report of the interim chief financial officer dated for the meeting of January 22nd, 2026, entitled Property Tax Distribution and 2026 Property Assessment, move that a fixed share methodology be used for apportioning any 2026 tax increase after distributing the estimated net tax loss from the mill properties among the impacted tax classes, and that the estimated new non-market tax revenue from the non-mill properties be added to the fixed shares within the property classifications in which it is generated, as outlined in the report titled Property Tax Distribution and 2026 Property Assessments from the interim chief financial officer dated January 22, 2026. Second by Councillor Southcott. Any further discussion?
Sorry, Your Worship, I did raise my hand earlier. I just have a couple of quick questions. First of all, I appreciate the clarity of your report. Very nice. One of the best I've seen in many, many times through this process. The first question is, in terms of the mill tax, 2.9 that we are getting this year, million, that has not been separated between the mill site and the dam. They're still combined in that figure, correct?
That's correct.
So down the road, will they be separated?
That would be a question for BC assessment, I think.
So nice to see that we've got 2.9. Residential tax has gone up $500,000, so that we're a shortfall of 2.4. We have tucked away 2.2 million over the last couple of years. So I think I heard you say, and I just wanted to clarify what you said, that in our earlier discussions, we were thinking about using that 2.2 that we've tucked away, but now we're talking about sending it off to reserves to replenish. Is that correct?
Through the chair, in draft 2, staff will still be utilizing the 2.2 million. But what I'm saying is now that we have more money, we basically cut reserve transfers to other reserves in the first draft. So we'll be increasing those. And we'll be bringing forward a proposal to council which reserves get increased for that, but we'll still be utilizing the 2.2. The thing about it is, you know, when you've lost permanent tax revenue in terms of the mill, right? And now you need to make it up with other permanent revenue. A reserve is only temporary.
Point of information, I think this,
Isaacson back.
oh,
There we are.
sorry. Oh, I could see you, but I couldn't hear you. Yep.
Okay,
I've been here the whole time.
I'm going to call the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
That is passed unanimously. Before we move to 11.3, I want to point out that it's 8:48. We normally close at 9 o'clock unless there's unanimous approval to continue. So I'm asking council if there's unanimous approval to continue to 9:30. Okay, unanimous approval. So we'll move to 11.3, Fees and charges review, building permit fees, manager of city development.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to provide a brief overview of the report before you regarding building permit fees. At the December 3rd Special Council meeting, Council directed staff to undertake a review of fees and charges related to the building bylaw. In response, staff assessed whether the city's current building permit fee structure supports fair cost recovery, administrative efficiency, and alignment with municipal best practices. Through this review, staff have identified several areas where the existing framework could be amended to improve cost recovery and administrative efficiency. The proposed changes that are outlined in the report are intended to provide equitable cost recovery and operational efficiency without increasing reliance on general taxation. Therefore, staff are seeking council direction to prepare amendment bylaws for the building bylaw and fee bylaw for council's consideration at a future meeting. Thank you.
Do we have any questions before a motion? Councilor Almeida.
Make the motion. Pursuant to the report of the manager of city development dated for the council meeting of January 22nd, 2026, entitled Fees and Changes Review, Building Permit Fees, I move that council direct staff to prepare amendment bylaws to City of Powell River Building Bylaw 2141, 2007, and City of Powell River Fee Bylaw 2092, 2005, that would align building permit fee structures with municipal best practices.
Seconded by Councilor Southcott. Any discussion before I call the motion? All in favor? Passed unanimously. Thank you. 11.4, Council Travel Reimbursement Policy 272, Corporate Office.
Thank you, Council. Your Worship, this report harkens back to the last time that you considered travel reimbursement policy, and that was in December of 2024. Apologies for the length of time getting back here. Essentially, what we've done is try to incorporate all the suggestions that were brought up at that time. And the overriding objective guiding principle of the policy is reimbursement for out-of-pocket expenses, and where logical for administrative efficiency, per diems are provided in accordance with best practices for governmental organizations. The policy recognizes that council will, with the best interests of the taxpayer in mind, seek to minimize expenses where possible and utilize options that provide the best value for the city when performing council functions requiring travel. There are discussion points which touch on some of the inclusions that have been added, as well as the information received from other organizations, provincial government, Canada Revenue Agency, and other local governments in terms of providing per diems for non-market accommodations when those are used. And that's about it. I'm happy to speak to any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Corporate Officer. Just had a question with regard to one of the changes there under meals. The proposed change removed a line about travel days. And so I just wanted clarity on that. Was that removing, because there are several conferences because of our location, we do need to travel the day before. I was just curious if that was removing that or just reducing the words and it's just counted as a regular conference day for those particular events.
That was in respect of removing that provision, not putting it elsewhere.
Sorry, I'm not clear with the answer there. So
you're speaking about item
D
or D
2, I guess. Yeah.
That was removed. So that spoke to travel days where breakfast would not be paid, or breakfast would only be paid for if the travel day started before 7 a.m. and lunch if travel days start before or after 12 p.m., dinner if travel ends after 6 p.m. The idea being that it was a little overly prescriptive in nature, and that council would be abiding by the overriding notion that is incorporated into this policy of seeking to provide best value possible for taxpayers. So regardless of the time at which they travel, and it's assumed that council will use best efforts to get the greatest value and not abuse the privilege of the taxpayers reimbursement policy.
Thank you.
Southcott.
Thank you, Worship. So I have a question with regard to 4A3 and 4B. Specifically 4A3 because it mentions boat in there. The specific situation that I want to address is about 1.5 years ago, UBCM was in Vancouver, and instead of driving down and going on ferries and staying in a hotel for $500 a night, I went down on my modest old sailboat, which took longer than a trip on the ferries, but part of my objective was to save some taxpayers' money, which I feel fairly proud that I did, although it wasn't a huge amount, but probably between $1,000 and $2,000, because the boat moorage in Cole Harbor cost $125 a night, not $500. Also, I guess you could call that parking too, for $125 a night, if you didn't want to consider that accommodation, but it was both essentially. There were no ferry fees, and I did not charge mileage, obviously. What I did claim, which was reimbursed to me, was for, I don't know, 30 or 40 liters of diesel, because I did power part of the way. So I felt good about saving a considerable amount by doing that, and I got to sail a boat down there, which was fun too. However, the way these sections are worded doesn't allow for that. I couldn't claim for what I did the way these sections are now worded. I don't know, could I claim $125 a night for parking and then not claim for accommodation, or how would I do that? This doesn't seem to accommodate what I did. And granted, it's a bit of an unusual circumstance. It's the first time I did it, but I may travel to Vancouver to UBCM again, and it was a good way to get there, frankly.
So through the chair, with respect to A1, which stipulates that actual expenses will be paid for standard commercial single occupancy room or comparable commercial accommodation with receipts. I suppose it could be argued that it's commercial accommodation for a boat in the harbor, although I do take your point that it's more akin to parking than accommodation.
Stay in it.
So we could either tweak that provision to provide a wider lens through which we could interpret that kind of situation, or you could rely upon that particular provision with the understanding of this staff that would be acceptable. But certainly I can play with that wording if council gives that direction to accommodate that kind of situation. I confess, didn't quite think of it in those terms, so certainly do that if given the direction.
So Doug.
Yeah, I was hearing the CFO's explanation. If the city would accept, a receipt for moorage as hotel accommodations, then that makes sense to me. I don't think we need to have more words than we need to have. But what Councillor Southcott was really trying to do is save the city money. And he ended up saving probably $350 a day, which is pretty significant, because I think all of us, when we go to Vancouver, look at the hotel bill at the end of a 5 or 6 day conference, and it's huge, and we'd like to reduce the money. So if council is doing something that ends up saving the city money in the long run, I think making the definition of hotel accommodations be tying up a boat with a bedroom in it, then that makes sense to me. I don't know how much more complicated we have to be than that.
Any further
I'm
questions?
satisfied.
Yes, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Under transportation B, 1 and 4 seem to be kind of a little bit in contradiction of one another. So it indicates receipts must be provided for airfare, ferries, mileage, and ground transportation in 1. And then in 3, or no, sorry, in 4, the mileage reimbursement rate shall be in accordance with the rate prescribed by the Canada Revenue Agency. And so mileage doesn't necessarily have a receipt unless you're keeping gas receipts. And yet in 4, it's based on the CRA rate, which has nothing to do with gas receipts, but has to do with the actual rate per mileage. And so I'm just wondering if we should remove mileage at a 1 and have mileage be handled by 4.
I take your point, Councillor Elliott. I think that the overriding prescription here would be sub 4, where it's the rate is prescribed by the CRA rate that's set annually, and the word mileage in sub 1 ought to be stricken as it's confusing. Mileage should be governed by the CRA rate, and receipts for gas would not be applicable because the mileage is intended to be provided instead of gas receipts.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking the word mileage doesn't really belong in 1. All the rest of them do, but not mileage, because we've already had that addressed in 4.
Through the chair, I agree that the word mileage in 1 should be stricken.
Thank you.
Councillor Mida.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a procedure question for the corporate officer then. Based on the feedback received from Councillor Elliott and Councillor Southcott, would it be better to, because I do agree with you on Councillor Southcott's point about the boat, but my fear or concern is that in 10, 15 years from now, when there's a new corporate officer, a new CFO, and a new council, they might read it word for word and might disagree with how we agreed with it today. So what I'm wondering is, should we provide 2 amendments to what's been proposed today, and then come back to, since this is not time sensitive, come back to it in a future meeting? Or B, should we provide those 2 amendments and then the recommendation as amended in today's agenda?
Through the chair, my recommendation would be that I take this away and come back to you with amended wording that speaks to the issues that have been raised tonight.
That works too.
Is there a consensus on council? I take that as a yes. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now move to 12.1, which is the Powell River Energy Inc. application, letter supporting licensing procedure recommendation. Manager of Partnerships.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here tonight to present an update regarding the Powell River Energy Incorporated's application to the Canada Energy Regulator and to obtain direction on whether or not Council wishes to sign on to a joint letter together with the Kalama Nation and Cathet Regional District to the Federal Minister of Energy and Natural Resources supporting the Canada Energy Regulator's recommendation that a licensing procedure take place. In August of 2025, the Powell River Energy Incorporated filed an application with the Canada Energy Regulator seeking a 30-year permit to export electricity from Canada to the United States. At its September 18th meeting, Council received a report and passed a motion to submit a letter opposing that application. The letter was sent to the Canada's Energy Regulator on September 22nd, and on December 18th, the regulator issued its decision and recommended that the application for a 30-year contract specific export permit be dealt with by the way of a licensing procedure and sought an order from the minister designating the application as such under the Canadian Energy Regulator Act. As was noted in my report, this issue matters deeply in our region, thousands of residents submitted letters to the CER expressing their opposition to the export permit. And we can assume that this response, together with the coordinated response from the Kalama Nation, Kithet Regional District, and City of Powell River, contributed to the Canada Energy Regulator's recommendation. Continued coordinated efforts remain key, and as such, you have a draft letter before you to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, supporting the recommendation of the regulator and requesting the minister's adoption of the recommendation to proceed with a fulsome licensing procedure. That letter is presented for council's consideration and is proposed to be issued jointly with the Kalama Nation and Kithet Regional District.
Any questions or we move to a motion? Councillor Elliott,
I don't have questions, but I could read the motion if you like.
please.
I move that council sign on to a joint letter together with Kalama Nation and Kithet Regional District to the Federal Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, supporting the Canada Energy Regulator's recommendation that a license procedure take place.
Seconded by Councillor Palm. No further Councillor Elliott.
I would just speak to the motion. I think it's an excellent work that the partners have done to come up with a joint letter, and I'm really happy to say that it's a unifying issue in our community to do what we can to prevent this 30-year export permit and alienating all of the power from a local development, which is not desired by any of us. So if we're to have new develop in our Tisquat area, we're going to need, or at least hopefully have access to that power to drive that development. And so I don't think we have any argument from any of the people in our area. And this is the first step towards coming up with a new way to have access to that power.
Further discussion before I call the motion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Passed unanimously. Thank you. Now move item 12.2, which is the Powell River Community Forest 2025 all grant reconsideration. And okay. Thank you. So I have put forward this reconsideration based on two things. One is the charter makes it very clear that it is the mayor's responsibility to show leadership. And I believe part of the motion that was passed is simply not good. Secondly, I have over 50 years of experience in raising money for foundations, in approving foundations, writing strategic reports, proposals which demonstrated to funders why a project should proceed. When I look at $250,000 grant for Foundry, and I make it very clear that some of you will know that I made a donation to the sponsoring group of Foundry because I wanted them to encourage to look at other Foundry operations around the province and to learn from the successful Foundry operations like the one in Campbell River. I have seen no indication that they have talked with other Foundry operations and have learned how to raise money, especially since the responsibility of Foundry lies clearly with the provincial government. And Campbell River has a number of provincial agencies as the base funders. So we have a situation here where, from the latest I saw, Foundry has maybe raised half of the money that's required. To me, I don't know why any organization would step forward, like the city, use taxpayers' money, which comes from community forest, for a project that may not be completed. It makes no sense, especially because, in addition, the motion excluded 8 organizations at the Powell River Community Forest Board had looked at their applications and agreed that they provide significant service to the community and therefore should be funded. Now, most people know that the community forest has been here for about 16 years. Their board ensures the operations of that to maximize the revenues that are provided. Secondly, it's their responsibility, and has been for 16 years, to provide recommendations to City Council on their review of the various applications that have been made. And the Foundry has applied on a number of occasions to Community Forest, and each time it was obvious to the Community Forest Board that they were not in a position yet to be considered for funding. So if council overrides what has been the traditional responsibility, you're sending a message that we do not respect the work the community forest has done. And I can see no justification for that at all. Now, also look at the facility that they have proposed to utilize. Again, if anybody else has searched the various Foundry operations in the province, you will see that site would not be considered. So it is a 3-minute walk from a drug injection facility and a housing operation. So I have a lot of experience in drug and alcohol abuse. I was involved in the first live-in situation in Fredericton after the drugs came down from Fredericton. I am 100% sure that those that are trafficking drugs in Powell River, and our chief is not here, but he would ensure that there still are people trafficking drugs. So what would be a more ideal group to look at? 12 to 24 young people with mental challenges. Okay? So that in alone made me realize council has to seriously consider stepping back, waiting to see if Foundry can in fact come forward with something that makes sense to community forest. Because if we don't, I think it's going to be just a terrible track record for this council. So what I'm suggesting is that the reconsideration be such that council do not approve a fall 2025 Powell River Community Forest grant for $250,000 to youth and family for Foundry application 385, and that council approve all grants included in the community forest recommendations, period, with no exceptions.
Second that motion, Your Worship.
That's procedurally not what we're doing. No, we're procedurally reconsidering the motion of a certain date, and so that's the motion on the floor. Just procedurally, you don't change it.
Councilor Amita, Councilor Doubt.
Thank you, Mayor. Just clarification for the corporate officer to what Councillor Elliott said. I believe the process is, the mayor's motion is to reconsider the community forest grant motion that was approved in December. So that would be the first vote, whether there's an interest from council to do that. There isn't another motion that's listed right now. The mayor's verbally stated what his intention is, but first we'd have to vote whether to reconsider the motion that was passed in December. Is that correct?
Not exactly, no. Through the chair, the motion is on the floor by virtue of the community charter provisions allowing for the mayor to require a reconsideration of the matter. So it starts on the floor. His explanation and his words at the end, I take as a motion to amend the motion that's on the floor, which is all four. And so what he has put forward would be, I would interpret as a motion to amend what you have in front of you by deleting the first part dealing with the Foundry and that grant, and by amending the second part to accept all of the applications that were submitted to the Community Forest Board without exception. Parts 3 and 4 are not at this point in time in play as a result of the proposed amendments to parts 1 and 2. Any member of council is at liberty to make any motion in respect of the motion that's on the floor, but the motion is on the floor. There's been an amendment proposed, and now you can take it from there.
Councillor Palm.
Yes, Your Worship, I really appreciate you stepping up and bringing this forward. I think it's timely, and we need to treat our community forests with the utmost respect that have helped rebuild this community, and the volunteer effort and supporting other volunteer organizations that bring money to the table as well to make those dollars even stretch further. And I'll just point out for the people in the gallery here and the people watching that when we passed the motion that's the original one to cut out those 8, the amount that we allocated with our little committee prior to talking about this was a lot greater than what has come out in the wash. So the monies are available from the community forest. There was a cap of, I can't remember what it was, 650, something to that effect. And we nowhere reached that. And I know for a fact that the community forest, because they brought quite a bit of money to the table this week, was prepared to help the Foundry if council felt it was necessary. And they put aside $125,000 to do that, to help this council. But they did not put aside $250,000, and there was never any intent to cut out the 8 organizations, the great organizations of volunteers that they recommended at that time. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any further discussion before? Yes, Councillor Doudt.
I'm trying to understand the process of what we're doing here. And I went back and I read the minutes that we had received on December 18th for the December 4th meeting. And that report actually says there were 2 motions. One to provide Foundry with $250,000, and the other one was to deal with the second part, the removing the number 8 or 10 resolutions beyond that. But it was 2 separate motions that happened on the 18th. And I actually made an amendment that's included in the letter about the minutes of the 4th. Not included in the minutes of the 4th, but it's included in the letter about it, that there was an amendment proposed to deal with the different exceptions that were in there. So I'm just curious how we get to the end result If we vote in favor or we vote no to this motion, what happens? It seems to me we're reconsidering two motions at the same time, putting them both together and assuming what the result is going to be one way or another. I would think that if we decide that that was a bad decision, that we should start over from where we were before, which was a recommendation that we approve that one list and that the $250,000 for Foundry wasn't there. I don't know how I'll vote on that. I'll wait and see, but I think we need to know exactly what it is we're doing here, because it seems to me like we're reconsidering two motions.
Our corporate officer.
For the sake of procedural clarity, something that I would put out to you as a suggestion is that any member of council can request that council vote on each distinct part of the entire motion pursuant to section 31 sub 8, and then you would treat each one as a separate matter and move forward in that fashion. There's no voting on that kind of a request. Simply, if any of you were to make it, then it will take place.
Councillor Southcott.
I'd like to move what the corporate officer has suggested, that we separate each one of that under the paragraphs that start with that.
So,
that being the case, Your Worship, I would say that the first part of the motion regarding the Foundry is what council should deliberate upon first, and I can say that the amendment that you proposed with respect to that particular matter is carried over and is on the floor.
You have a motion on there. Do we require a seconder of the motion that is in front of us?
It was already on the floor.
Oh, we have to first vote on the reconsideration if that's what we're going to do.
Through the chair, there's no vote on a reconsideration that is brought by the mayor. There's only a vote on a reconsideration if it's brought by a member of council in accordance with the procedure bylaw. The statutory right of the mayor to bring a reconsideration is that it be reconsidered and voted upon. So there is no vote on whether or not to reconsider it in the first place in this particular case.
We have a motion in front. Do we have any questions on the motion?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do, thank you. And so the motion has some red words where it's changed, and I'm not sure that that makes a lot of sense, because we currently are reconsidering a motion and then they've changed it to be the opposite of the previous motion. It would seem to me the appropriate thing would to look at, like, you've fundamentally changed the motion, and I don't know if that's in order. And to reconsider it, we could still approve or defeat the original motion to be the opposite, but I don't think we're supposed to amend things so that fundamentally changes the intent of the motion.
Through the chair, you're not, council isn't considering amendments to the matter having already previously passed. It's in front of you as if it was being presented for the very first time. Okay. So there is no amendment of what's there, other than it's being put in front of you as if staff is recommending it to you, as per the staff report that came to you back in December. So the first matter that is in front of you is a staff recommendation that council approve the $250,000 grant for the Foundry. And so the mayor has suggested, in respect of that particular part of the staff recommendations, that something else be, he's made a motion to instead not have any grant to the Foundry. And that's That's what's on the floor now.
Okay, so my question is, if you prefer to vote to have an approval of a grant, and you vote against this, and the motion is defeated, then do you have to do the same motion? Because that means if it never happened, there's still no approval for the grant. So if your objective is to vote for approval of that, do you have to turn that into two motions then? It seems to make sense that if we're asking the question to do a grant.
Officer, answer the question, please.
Yes, I was trying to clarify my question.
So matters in front of you as if it's just a staff recommendation. Any of you can make any motion that you wish in respect to the staff recommendation. The motion that the mayor has chosen to make with respect to the first item is that no, that recommendation from staff in the staff report not be accepted. So that's essentially the motion that he's laid out, as well as suggesting with respect to the second part what ought to happen.
Councilor Armita.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of time, as we've declared that we're going to go till 9:30 in 5 minutes, we could deliberate this for another 3 hours. I wonder if we can maybe find a compromise between your interests, Mayor, and instead of, in essence, wiping the slate clean from what we did in December, maybe an alternate would be to approve all of the recommendations in the community forest grant report and the 250,000 of Foundry, and that would get us home tonight versus in the wee hours of the morning.
So with regard to the time, is there a interest in all to continue, if necessary, to 10 o'clock this evening?
I guess so.
Okay.
So it's only 5 minutes until 9:30.
Right. And what I'm asking, is there a consensus that at 9:30 we'll have a 5-minute break and then continue, if necessary, to 10 o'clock? And do we see the
I will say no, I don't agree with that, because I think if we take some time and think about what these resolutions should really look like, we could save ourselves a lot of time figuring it out. Our next meeting is not that far away.
Okay.
So we can't.
So we don't have unanimous agreement on continuing past 9:30, so we have 4 minutes left. Any other discussion before I call the motion? Yes, Councillor Doubt.
Go back to one of my early rules of order training sessions that I took. That was you can't have negative motions. So I'm suggesting that if what we want to do is have council decide whether or not we want to actually pay that $250,000 grant, maybe we should get rid of the words "do not" and have the motion read, if council approve the fall 2025 Powell River Community Forest Grant for $250,000, youth, family, etc. If the motion passes, we approve it. If the motion fails, we don't approve it. It's kind of logical. It takes less work and it's not negative.
I would second that amendment proposal.
And our corporate officer, you're happy with that?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay. So there we have it in front of us is the motion. Councillor Palm.
Yes, the Chair, you made a lot of sense when you spoke, Your Worship, about they are not ready to expend this money, and we're putting $250,000 at risk and creating a situation where our vulnerable are going to be not far away from a drug dispensary. I would much rather make an amendment to this motion to appease this council. Change 250, which the community forest can live with, to 125,000. And we then vote to include all the other items that were dismissed earlier. So I'm making the motion to amend so that the motion will read 125,000 to youth and family.
I see nobody seconding your amended motion. We'll go back to the original motion that's in front of us. I'll call the motion. All in favor?
Mayor, I've had my hand up to speak to the motion.
Please speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a really robust debate about this motion back in November, I believe. I wanted to correct some items that the mayor stated. Foundry Cuthad is very well connected to foundries across BC, has toured many of them and is in communication with many of them. Foundry BC, the provincial agency that supports all foundries, is incredibly well connected and supported, and offer a number of services to support them in their on their path. This type of project is the scale that this community foundation, or sorry, that the community forest has never considered before. And so funding this early when they're not done their fundraising campaign is a little bit strange, but I think is necessary to demonstrate support. And I think providing a lack of certainty to the foundry when they're using this number to help in other fundraising applications is irresponsible for us. When I think about what I want to tax for, I'll tax for our youth. I'm so excited for this service to be in our community. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Before the motion, does anybody in a conflict of situation because of involvement with Foundry or any personal or family benefits that would flow from this? Okay, I noticed that it is now 1 minute past. That's fine, but Councillor Doubt wants the meeting to end at 9:30, so I'm calling this meeting closed, and the items will come back in a subsequent meeting. So thank you very much, everybody, for coming out. Bring the questions to the next meeting.